Well, how long has it been since I've had a stable platform to fly from? I can tell you right now, it's been a couple of days. And it's been rough. It's been absolutely rough. Welcome aboard. We are live. Today is Saturday, May 30th, 2026. We're just going to get up in the air and fly for a little bit because it's been rough the last few days. I have not been able to get anything over 1 to 4, maybe 5 frames per second on most occasions, but today, as you can see in the upper right hand corner, I'm pushing a little bit closer to 40. Now, if you don't know, I am still just kicking these gigantic specs here. The CPU is an AMD 2950X Ryzen Threadripper. GPU is a 2080 Ti, and I've got 12. Wow, I can't even talk. It's been so long since I've done this. It's live, ladies and gentlemen. But this is a weak system, and what I believe is an even weaker platform, because this thing is it's taking a little bit of a turn. So what I'm going to do here real quick, just to get this out of the way, and if you want to see it a little bit later on, we'll maybe go over this again. But oh man, there's some things going on. So as I'm trying to fly around, all of a sudden it just stopped working. This thing would bring me down all to 1 frame per second. Now everything seems to be working pretty smoothly. For the most part. Out there, that's Daddy number 5913. Daddy's out there. I'm gonna try to see if I can pull up a little bit of a replay of what was going on during these missions. Hopefully I can show you guys what was happening and how I was able to get it fixed. Because for a couple of days I was not able to get this simulator past 1 frame per second. For now, we're going to head over to the ray of light. While I try to get you a little bit of a replay worked up. Exactly what's happening with this thing. Still running 38 FPS. You can see it in the upper right hand corner. The GPU is 99%, finally back to normal. This thing dipped down to like in the 30% rate. Gotta love the sound profile of that Huey. It's absolutely delicious. So let's see what happened. I load in the simulator. And of course, you have to reestablish all of your settings because I don't like to have the city markers and everything else by default. But lately, you've had to redo all of your settings every single time you load in. And of course, you're going to do your pre-flight. You're going to come in. You're going to check your tags everywhere. Come around the back of the aircraft or on the side. Go up to your mast, see what everything looks like. Take the covers off. It's business as usual, right? Look at the frame rates right now. The frame rates is what I'm imagining it could be a little better. No, not really. When this thing starts to show up, it's literally going to show you that it was like an 86 frames per second on launch. And then all of a sudden, this thing tanks. All of that frame rate looked great, right? But it's not. That thing tanked all the way down to 2 frames per second after I launched the simulator, and it was running at 80 FPS. Within a matter of 30 seconds, I was all the way down to 1, and that would carry over into the menu as well. So the only way I found to fix it was to do a complete uninstall and reinstall of the simulator. Again, as you all know, I have done that more than once, and I'm frankly done with it. It's time to just get out here and fly. today we're just going to take a chill, relax ride up to Bravo, India, Alfa Romeo, around the island of Iceland. Now that we finally have the sim up and stable again. If you want to join in, absolutely feel free. I'm on the East USA server. Chilling, relaxing, thinking about the things that need to be. And how to get there. One day at a time. Oh, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. A day too late, Mayday. Rough. See what happens when you go too fast. Sometimes it's all about just slowing down. Let's do a little bit of a river walk. Squirrely. Got some power lines. feeling this helicopter is in distress. Say that was the emergency landing upon emergency landing. That's also known as perfection right there. Pretty sure if I were to look at the engine, well, yeah, see? Tanked it. Well, let's repair the damage, because that was brutal. But we lived through it, so there's that. Nice to have a repair kit just out there in the middle of the field. But I could definitely feel that thing falling apart. Definitely also a unique version of an auto rotation. Beautiful night over Iceland. Absolutely brutal. This thing doesn't want to stay in the air. It's a beautiful spot. But you can hear it again. All of a sudden, this Huey just doesn't want to play along anymore. We're going to go in for another auto rotation. One after another. Absolutely brutal. Coming down to 80 knots. Here comes 70. Got some power lines in play there. It's about time to whip this bad boy around right underneath the power lines. Oh, it's gonna be rough. Not too bad. Not too bad. All I know is those auto rotations along this path so far, you're doing pretty good. Just an RPM limit with this thing. It doesn't want to take off and stay on off the ground. You know what I'm going to do? Let's see what happens. If we go into some settings here and we go into the assistances, disable engine stress and aircraft stress. How about that? Does it maintain its stability with frame rates?
SAR Heli 241 Sierra Alpha Romeo 5412. ATC services terminated. Good day.
So I think what we need to realize is this. In the Microsoft Store, there's a lot of things available. But when it comes to the MH60, nothing really compares to it on the side of rotorcraft. I can't find a better airframe than the H60 by Miltech, Blackbird Simulations. This airframe is by far my favorite. Let's open up that crew door. Let's test the elevation of our hoist. I don't know if you can see the hoist going out, but I can see the hook approaching the water. It doesn't have a basket. But I can tell you right now that that is on the top of the water. you have anybody in tow? Tango Hotel Yankee 184. Coming over some ice fields. That looks like a spot we might have to come back and fish sometime. Just saying. Getting dirty. Getting so dirty. Diggity. And to think, earlier today I was running a simulator. I couldn't even run 1 frame per second. What does it take? A new driver. Boom. Look at this. Brand new install of the NVIDIA driver, which I did as a clean install. excluding the USB driver and the audio driver. And just undid the physics and the internal driver. Mr. Anderson himself says when it works, it's amazing. In my humble opinion, the worst part about this sim is still the key binding system. Brother, I cannot tell you how much I agree with you, dude. Wow. 100%. The GUI, or the user interface, however you want to word it, the GUI involved with changing your settings and how you want things to work for helicopters, fixed wing aircraft, aircraft with a hoist. It takes hours to be able to get those settings to work properly. It's actually pretty stupid. And I agree. 100%. Mr. Anderson himself, I agree. When it works, it is absolutely amazing. However, I just spent the last like 2.5 days just trying to figure out how to get this thing to work again. And every time you load back into the simulator, you have to reset all of your performance preferences. Every time you load back in. Once again, Mr. Anderson himself brings up a great point. And not only is it the drivers, it's also things like there's so many. So when you're doing this, right? How do I want to approach this? There's so many things that need to be up to date when you're flying the simulator. It gets a little ridiculous, especially when you're rating a third-party aircraft. Excuse me. Let's break it down. How do I even want to word this? So the driver updates. The two are related, but they're not communicating to one another, at least as far as the user can see, right? So the developer, Microsoft, Asobo, and the team have one timeline. And then another timeline exists with the third-party developers, like Miltech Simulations, Blackbirds, all of the other third-party dev teams. I think they work independently. And because they work without knowledge of what's to come, like, yeah, beta this, beta that, but we've seen where the beta goes. It's kind of ghostly. But you also have to understand, like, that there's the NVIDIA control panel that needs to be updated, the profile inspector that needs to be updated. There's more things than just one that have to be kept up with, right? It's not just a driver that you have to keep uploading to the most recent version. There's so much more than that. Because of that complexity, doing a fresh install of the simulator often, and I do mean often, results in the best results. Earlier today, I was not able to get more than 1 frame per second out of the simulator. But now here I am pushing, 36. Again, on a 2080 Ti. This is not a gigantic graphics card. This thing is minuscule. To a degree, until it comes to DDR and RAM, right? You can't sneeze at 128 gigs of RAM. And a Ryzen Threadripper 2950X really does the trick because of its multi-threading capabilities. You can sit here and complain on a PlayStation or any other platform really as much as you want, but this game was not initially designed for a PlayStation. And when you think about it, on a 2080 Ti, I'm still pushing 41 frames per second after a complete reinstall. It's a 2080 Ti. I think the majority of what happens in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 is honestly internet speed related. Your graphics are going to matter, obviously. But when you get into the settings and you start moving the terrain level of detail and those sliders that are like 0 to 100 or 0 to 200, those sliders of graphics are what really do negatively impact your ability to get a good, clean live stream. It is genuinely impressive, just like Mr. Anderson himself says. Mr. Anderson, what kind of frame rates are you getting out of a 2080 Ti? That to me is impressive. As many times as this system has failed me, I have always come back to the same computer. Same settings. And this blows 2020 out of the water every time. Still pushing 35 FPS. No, it's not 60, 120, whatever. But you guys know I have a history in television broadcast. And I know for a fact that like 24 FPS is that threshold where things get uneasy to witness. Anything below 24 FPS is offensive to watch. This thing is still pushing 39 FPS right now. That's okay for me. Now, why do I every once in a while need to completely reinstall the simulator? And I think it's just because WASM information gets bogged down. We'll put it that way. The information that's traveling between you and the server, the complexity of the data that's being transmitted between you and the server gets exponentially greater when you become immersed in a full-on city like New York. Right? Photogrammetry plays a huge part of that. It's crazy how one setting could be like the ultimate determination of whether or not you have a good experience with the sim or not. Look, that thing's up to 40. I couldn't get 1 FPS 24 hours ago. Now I'm pushing 40. Absolutely, Mr. Anderson. They were having quite a few problems. And they've been pushing out little, like, hot fixes in the meantime that have only made it worse in some cases. But they're working on it. I mean, I'll leave that FPS up there in the right-hand corner so you can see it. I mean, I'm pushing 40. And I can't complain on the 2090. 2080 Ti, 2090. Psh, really? But again, when you get into that deep urban environment with a lot of buildings, those graphic returns will be reduced exponentially. A lot more like chugging of the graphics, but again, I want to say that that's more in line with the integrity of your internet speed than anything. Of course they were. Everybody had an issue because it started at the source. Dude, Mr. Anderson, everything went to crap for a second there. Everything. And that's where I'll give Microsoft credit. They do make it relatively short-lived. Fix it eventually. In my instance, it took a full reinstall of this simulator for probably the 5th time. Gratefully, it doesn't impact anything with your career mode. But yeah, man, the best solution more often than not is to just uninstall and reinstall the simulator entirely. Everybody's worried about this, that, and the other thing, but try to just uninstall and reinstall if you're having issues. And I also mean that when it comes to your graphics drivers. You're going to want to make sure that those installations of the new drivers are done on a clean install most of the time. You're going to want to also include only the graphics driver. You don't want, and I should say okay, let me start over. The graphics driver and the physics driver are what you're going to want to include for the update. When it comes to your audio and USB-C drivers for the NVIDIA updates, those are a no-go. If that makes sense. I'm curious how much fuel we have left. We have been out here for a hot minute. Searchlight can come off. I should probably pay attention to at least my horizon. While we try to get an idea of fuel. I am extremely far off course. Crazy. It's like crop dusting without the chemicals. For sure. You know what? Iceland is never big until you try to go from one side of it to the other. I love the bumps in the middle of the river. Clearly should be waterfalls. Alright, let's brake and get back on path. So again, with what you said there, Mr. Anderson, where everybody was having problems, that was a streamer. I believe that also has something to do with OBS and its software as well. Not just Microsoft and their inadequacies. System load land menu. I know where I'd like to land. without running out of fuel. Still pushing 34 frames. Ain't bad. FPS. And to think less than 24 hours ago I had 1 frame per second. Just uninstall and reinstall the simulator. Lou. Why does the iPad freak out so much right now? You see this? Sparky Man, putting the wave on. Thanks for stopping in, Sparky Man. Good to see you. Lately, things have been really hard to put together, man. These free flights, Miltech mission hub, multiplayer missions that I've been putting together, those take a lot of time. But what takes most of my time is actually taking care of my team. So if you guys are wondering where I am between that's where we're at. Reset. If you are wondering where I am more than likely taking care of my mom. She has Alzheimer's. Everything else like dementia. And all she has. I'd like to give a shout out to the universe for my mom. all that she's done for me over the years. Don't know what it means. Still pushing 33, 34 frames per second. But like you said, Mr. Anderson, everyone's been having a problem with their streams. The best wow, I can't even talk anymore. The best recommendation I have is a clean reinstall of the simulator. Well, we have arrived. Bravo, India, Alpha Romeo. Now, if you guys have any questions about how I'm creating the multiplayer missions, how I'm fixing the issues the Microsoft community has continuously thrown in our direction, hit me up with a question in the comments. I'm happy to respond, reply, and help you fix the issues we've had with this simulator. You know what I say, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a blast, it's been a ball. That's it, that's all. This has been an amazing ride. Because within 24 hours, I wasn't even able to fly the simulator at all. And now we have a successful, beautiful touchdown. And it's finally over. One more tragedy averted. I really enjoyed your vids about using the mission system with Miltech. I think you were right when you said it is literally a game changer. And add-ons and add so much to the capabilities. Okay. I'm going to try to read that again one more time, Mr. Anderson. I've really enjoyed your vids about using the mission system with Miltech. I think you were right when you said it is literally a game changer. Add-ons and add-ons and adds-on. Can I even speak the language anymore? And adds-ons so much to the capabilities of singers. 1,000%. There is nothing as important to me in the simulator as being able to come in and create a mission anywhere on the planet. So I know that I'm on the ground. How do I create a mission? See, if you've stayed around in the mission this long, it's about to be bonus time. I appreciate you, Mr. Anderson. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a spawn point right here. Scenario, spawn. Now you can see with the blue indicator, the arrow is pointing at 0 degrees. I need to change that to something to be about a negative 90 degrees or maybe like a 270. So if we came in and changed this orientation to 270 instead, you can see that blue line kick away, right? So let's say that we want to park right out here, an activity of the search and rescue, and we're going to make that spawn radius of this rescue mission. Wow. English is a second language. I'm going to bring this a little bit further up. It could be that easy. This is as easy as you could make it for a mission. Let's test it. Trying to beat the system. That author is search and rescue. Helicopter. 2, 4, 1. We're gonna make it my favorite type of mission, which has always been campaign. And now you can see I have a spawn and a search. That's it. And you have to realize that this is also happening right after a complete reinstall of the system. I've hit save and play now 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. It doesn't work. You know, Jingle Fan 2003, I'm doing well, but I'm frustrated with the Miltech Mission Hub. It's just like I've tried to create a new mission right here and above. It just doesn't work all of a sudden. I don't know what's going on between the Miltech Mission Hub and Microsoft, but things just don't work. So let's put a spawn point in here. We're going to change the spawn point to an orientation of, let's call it 260 degrees. I want that to be an altitude of 0, speed of 0. I don't care what the livery or title is. Fine. Might be related to the update. Yeah, well, I would assume so. I would assume so. So let's even just do a search and rescue mission here. Let's make that search and rescue mission a sinking sailboat. Instead of 100, let's make it 75. We'll show the direction. We'll kill the flare. And it's active on the start. Save and play. If I hit save and play, watch what happens. This thing literally just stalls and does nothing. Yeah, bro. 100%. The ability to fly with other people is fantastic. I agree completely. But from what I've seen, being able to do like multiplayer search and rescue missions, and all of a sudden that just ability stops to be accessible. Like I can hit save and play all day long. Let's just put it in as test. Once again, let's see what happens. It certainly does take a second to load in. But then when it does, we should have a mission that says find the search and find the rescue target. Wow. It's been a long stream. So let's see what we got. Let's go inside. Prime boost. We want off, off. Park the brakes. I want to come up and above. I want the fuel pump off. Ignition off. Let's turn some of these lights on. Let's see what other kind of problems we have. Searchlight. Bingo. No problem. Alright, so find the rescue target. Off to a 003 orientation. Heading, however you want to word it. You can see the boat, right? We didn't make it far. What we need to do is make sure that in our overhead panel, we have the hook switched to armed all.
Enter a hover here.
Chartreuse, originally baguette. Is this real life? Depends on how you look at it, sir. Ma'am, I'm not sure. But yes, this is a simulator.
Cable out.
It's asking me for cable out. I have the survivor at the bow of the boat. Let's go ahead and bring our basket down. Oh, wait. Nope. Still don't have a basket enabled. So let's get back inside of our aircraft right now and go overhead. Everything else down here looks good. Overhead. Let's change to rescue hoist. All. That's right here. This one that's flashing blue. Hoist on. Let's go ahead and deploy the basket after we open up our door. There we go. Everything looks good inside. Basket deploy. In progress.
Steady. Cable up.
It looks good. Everything looks good from inside. Rescue target recovered. Yeah, bro, that's a rescue mission I literally just created in the moment and successfully rescued that survivor off of that boat. Now, obviously, this is way too close to be actually considered a rescue mission, but we've done it anyway. If I were you, I would abandon the survivor. Forget about him. Forget about it. I love it. What's great about it is it's already said I've had mission success. Alright, I'm going to land here because I got a question now that I want to pay attention to. Mr. Anderson. He says, and I quote, real quick, could you go over what is involved with sharing and or synchronizing a mission with other players? Like, does the live time and weather settings need to be matched between players? No, the weather doesn't need to be matched at all. The difficult part with sharing missions with everybody is making sure that you have everything in line. So what I don't know how I'm going to explain this, but I'll try it. So when I come into the mission hub, you can see that right now everything is as it should be, reset completely. There's a training test mission that I used to just make sure that it was working again. But in my file manager, there's even less information. And in my missions, there's even less information. Right? So for me to create these missions, there is a whole process. Can I land on water? No, I can't. Impossible, especially in a helo. But if all of a sudden I go to my missions. Now what I've done is I've actually loaded this in the background of all of the missions that I've created previously. Excuse me. And we'll see how this works. I'm going to escape. I'm going to end the flight. And I'm going to go out to a different spot. What is involved with sharing and or synchronizing the missions with other players? This gets involved, okay? This is no joke, really, really involved. So let's say that we're going to create missions. We have to first of all figure out where do we want the mission to spawn on the planet. Now, what we did previously was we came into a little spot called Carson, Kilo Charlie X-Ray Papa, and we're going to set that as a departure and just start a free flight. Hopefully this helps. Now you can see it spawns in at night. Not worried about it. Free flight. But when I come up into the mission hub from here and say my missions, these are things that I've worked on previously. So we'll come in and go to the Search and Rescue Pilot Retreat Spoon Lake. This is one that we just streamed recently, and I will say just play mission. Now I'll do play mission to give you an idea what it looks like after it's been saved completely and it's ready for distribution. Now within this, you have to remember that there are 8 different pilot spawns, Alpha through Hotel. All right, so I've logged into position Alpha.
Welcome to Carson Airport. Today we are going on a retreat for a little R&R. Our commanding officers and HR departments have arranged a retreat for all of the pilots around the world conducting search and rescue missions. We are departing Airport Kilo Charlie X-Ray Papa with a planned destination of Spooner Lake for a night of rest and relaxation. We'll cook some fresh-caught fish on the barbie if everything goes according to plan, and who knows, we just might bring a sausage.
There's a lot of text involved, right? That is a part that goes into the mission creation.
Our camping site has already been established. Our flight path has been loaded into the EFB, and it is time for departure. Let's head out. Crew report ready for takeoff.
So when I get ready to distribute a mission that has 8 different spawn points, I start with position Alpha. And that's what we have right here. I will go into the file manager, position Alpha, and I will hit edit, which is like that pencil icon. And the first place you want to start is over here by the spawn. And there is a ton of stuff that goes on after this that you have to just kind of keep track of in your own head as you create these missions. It's extremely complex. Here's the spawn. I have a runway spawn, which means this helicopter will be running with blades spinning at an orientation of 162 degrees on spawn on the ground. When the spawn is finished, it is going to play a custom dialogue mission. The custom dialogue text is extensive. It's everything you've heard so far, right? But when you say custom finished, it leads to a timer trigger. It's only 2 seconds, but when the time is elapsed, it leads to another custom dialogue, which is the saying of our campsite has already been established. Our flight path has been loaded into the EFB, and it is time for departure. All of this has to be put in there, just one word, letter at a time, right? Let's head out. Crew report ready for takeoff. So as soon as that dialogue is finished, then it triggers an objective to be active. That objective is fly to Spooner Lake. The parallel that you have to understand is that one thing leads to another. Don't apologize for ending my flight. All right, I appreciate you guys asking the questions. It's awesome to see you guys involved in it and wanting to learn more. Right? So when it's activated, there's no connection. When it's successful, you have arrived. Right? there are so many different ways that you have to connect one instance of success to another, right? So the instance of success starts at the spawn. And then you literally have to say, after spawn, what comes next? And you have to just follow the yellow brick road to what comes next. So in this instance, and I can put these up on my Discord channel again so you guys can have them for free, but these missions have been created already. They're available for free on my Discord channel. You could use them as a template. Once you download the JSON files, you can kind of see a little bit more intently how the progression works. And it's extensive, right? It's extremely intensive.
Welcome to Carson Airport. Today we're going on a retreat for a little R&R. Our commanding officers and HR departments have arranged a retreat for all of the pilots around the world conducting search and rescue missions. We are departing Airport Kilo Charlie X-Ray Papa with a planned destination of Spooner Lake for a night of rest and relaxation. We'll cook some fresh-caught fish on the barbie if everything goes according to plan, and who knows, we just might bring a sausage.
Right, Noah, if you've been here before, you
Our
know...
camping site has already been established. Our flight path has been loaded into the EFB, and it is time for departure. Let's head out. Crew report ready for takeoff.
that this has been done before. All of those triggers, every bit of communication that you've heard so far is triggered off of a spawn point. And you can start to see these levels of where does it go from there. You get the welcome. You get a timer trigger. It's only 2 seconds, but after it's elapsed, you get another dialogue. Our camping site has already, right, you've heard these messages. After the dialogue is finished, that triggers an objective to be active. That active objective is to fly to Spooner Lake. After it's activated, when it's successful, you have arrived, becomes available as well. It is so complex. Truly, it's so complex. But at the same time, once you understand that it has to come from point A before it gets to point B, and then when it gets to point B, if point B is successful, you can move on to point Delta. You know what I mean? Look at the amount of progression in this mission. So I'm going to take the scroll bar here and just look at how many different trigger points they are. Each raft, right, when you put these out there, the raft is out here in the water. This raft number 9 is still out here in the water. This trigger number 1 is 2,000 meters of radius. That when you enter it, triggers the activation of raft 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, right? There is a progression that needs to take place. If I were to try to say make it make sense and make it make sense quickly, I would be like, I'm sorry, I can't. I just can't. Making it make sense quickly isn't a thing. It's a matter of progression, though. You have to put an objective in place and then go from there. When you get to point Bravo from point Alpha. What happens next? I love that you just say laugh out loud. It's just hilarious because it's true. It's absolutely comical. All right? So if the first thing that I want to do when I take off is fly to Spooner Lake. It still has the boost prime on, so that's going to be overhead right there. All right, so now that I have that fuel pump off, everything on my flight director looks good. I can take off. Now, Icarus and I did something with this specific mission set that was fantastic. We flew just about every aspect of this mission. And they all worked. It's spectacular. It's a matter of progression. I honestly don't know how else to word it. So if I'm flying out to Spooner Lake, and now let's see what happens, okay? So here's what I would normally do to create one of these missions. I'm using sim rate increase right now ×2 to get there faster. There's the flag. I'm 3 times faster now. And this is just so I can get there quicker. I'm using sim rate increase, sim rate decrease. 2, and now I'm back to real time. 1 time faster. And 2 times faster.
This is Spooner Lake. Let's orbit the lake and find the retreat campground. Remember to leave a potential landing strip for anyone that decided to fly in with a bush plane today. This is the spot. Our LZ will be marked by a flare. We need to make sure to leave room for any bush pilots flying in. Crew report ready for approach.
So now I should be getting an area for a flare. Oh, dropping stuff. So now you can see that I've gotten close to that flare. And by proximity, the flare has gone away. As a pilot, I should remember where the flare was to help me initiate the trigger of landing. That carries me further into the mission.
Check out camp before we head off to do some fishing.
Does that make sense? So for me to put this mission together, it took almost a week. Now, because there are multiple positions available, right? I have Alpha through Hotel with this specific multiplayer mission. I create Alpha first but I include every aspect of Bravo, Charlie, Delta, all right, every mission to follow. All of the aspects of those missions are included into the first mission I create. Then after I am done creating that mission, right? I've got this. So I will have the alpha position created first. Then I will literally just duplicate it and come into the mission from there after it's been duplicated and edit it to become a completely different mission set, right? So right now in this mission, if you saw it, there's about a 10-minute, maybe I think it's actually 12 minutes of a waiting period where you can get out of the chopper, you can walk around, you can come up, you can do a little bit of fishing, right? And there's just a timer running in the background. But when you're in position Alpha or position Charlie or Echo, what happens after the timer expires will change. So that's where the most time comes in, right? Because I don't want every single mission, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, they're not supposed to be the same, right? So I will come in and actually change what happens from this point forward, or even before this. So if you're using the Cub, you're getting a different selection of voice messages. It tells you to, like, you're careful about how slow you fly. It climbs slow, right? Every one of those missions has a different set of verbiage included with it as well. But all of the missions start right here. So right now I can basically, and it doesn't matter what mission you've flown, if it's in the CH-45, if you're in the, you know, if you're in the Chinook, that's fine. But every single one of those missions is going to lead you right here. I've got the tents put out, and every single person will have a different landing position, designated by their own flare. It literally, it was weeks. It was, and I hate to put it this way, but it was fucking weeks. Not separate files. It's one file. It starts out as one file. And then you change aspects of that file progressively as you move from position A to B to C to D, etc. Right? Alpha is like where it all starts. But when I lay down the parameters of alpha, I want to make sure that I have hotels Parisian mission parameters in line. Right? Let me say that again. When I lay down the parameters of mission alpha, I already have in mind the perimeters of mission hotel. And within alpha, I am creating all of the assets, all of the rafts, fires, landing zones, landing triggers, circle triggers, all of that is being put into just the alpha file, right? I'm literally creating a base that incorporates every asset that each mission will use is so, wow, this is confusing to me, right? Okay. Does it make sense? Am I confusing more than I'm confusing myself? So it is one file that it starts from. But then when I start to recreate it, it's a duplicate of the prior mission with new mission requirements. The assets are the same, but the requirements are different, right? Your position A and position B and position C will change. Okay, all right. Mr. Anderson, I'm glad you're following along because I'm confusing even myself. So right now, as I'm on this beach, there is a timer running in the background. You can't see a flag in the upper right-hand corner that says you're going to need to take off in another 45 minutes or 45 seconds, right? That timer to me is invisible. You can't see. But when you go in and you visit and you edit, we're down here. Right, you can see where I've got this. So this whole thing is this like circle of tents. And this is all starting off of a landing trigger. Now you can see my aircraft is this little V sort of thing right here. And here is a circle trigger with only a 20-meter radius, fired once, activated, right? If I say activate, it's activated by the completion of this message. This is the spot, or LZ, yada yada, right? This whole message right here, when it's finished, triggers two different things. It's triggering the visual effect, which is the flare that becomes your landing zone, and another circle trigger on top of it, and this is 20 meters. On enter, the visual effect becomes deactivated. So when I get within 20 meters of this flare, the flare turned off, and you saw that when I actually approached the flare, right? I didn't touch the ground yet, but as soon as I got close to it, it turned off. Now you can change how this all reacts. It's completely up to you, but that's kind of how I progressed, right? So even if I go from here, so now it says on enter visual effects. So here's the visual effect. Well, what happens after it? Look, there's nothing that can happen, right? It's only on the left side. You can either activate or deactivate. But the deactivate is in on enter. It's so confusing. I wish there was an easy way to explain how this worked, but it is a matter of keeping track of what has happened previously, what you want to happen now, and what you want to happen next, and how much time you want to explore between each trigger. So right now, if I were to go back, okay, I'm going to come out of this completely. I'm going to get back into my aircraft. Here we go. Right? So if I come in and see my EFB, come on. I mean, I can see it. But where's the actual EFB? Why can't I see? I can't exit. What simulator's okay? See, the simulator's paused. This is something else that you need to really watch out for when you're editing missions. Is when you go in and out of the editor, it pauses your simulator. It's annoying AF. Okay. Let's see. How can I explain this? It's so hard to explain. In the mission hub, I'm going to go to edit. This is the mission I am currently flying. Okay? So now there's a timer running in the background. This should be for 720 seconds.
Pan. There is a report of a sinking sailboat. Fire up the chopper and proceed to the scene immediately.
Right? It's told me pan. So here's the landing trigger, which is active on the start. Is a 500-meter radius, fires once. As soon as you land, it has a timing trigger, number 2 and number 5. Number 2 is 720 seconds. So that is a 12-minute timer. And this is just what's elapsed. So this is where we got the message that we just heard, right? Pan. This is a report of a sinking sailboat, right? That's the message we just heard. So now what we're getting in the upper right-hand corner is where it says find the rescue target. It gives you direction and distance. So now if I come up off of this, I should be able to follow my mission progress to that point. Quote unquote, should. But this again is also an 8.8 pilot mission. The rescue target in this instance should be a boat sinking over Lake Tahoe. Four and a half miles away. Now over on the right-hand side here, directly I would say center screen at this point, there's a beach. There is going to be a fire there. So within my mission Alpha, I have already incorporated that fire. At one point or another in my mission, even though that's not my destination, I have initiated a fire objective, or not objective. It's wow, how do you word that? If you want it to happen in Echo, create it in Alpha. Put it that way. How does that work? Right? If you want it to work later on down the road, you have to make sure that it works in your first mission set. So I'm getting to find the rescue target at a 0.3. I'm starting to see some of the rafts. This is going to be a hoist deployment, so I want to make sure that I come into the overhead and arm that to all.
As quickly as possible. We have 5 minutes before hypothermia sets in for these people.
Up above. Rescue hoist all. Alright, now we're outside. I still don't have door speed, but I do. So let's come into door speed. Let's open that bad boy up. We're still looking at 0.06 nautical miles. Now I'm getting to see, this is where I make it difficult. It's saying that the time remaining until these individuals go hypothermic is 4 minutes and 13, 12, 11, 10, right? There's a timer going off. So you have to understand that when I made it to a certain point in the mission, I have triggered a timer.
Cable out. Steady. Cable up.
So he's up and on board, right? I've got him on board. Close it up.
Patient and cabin door are secure, Captain. We are ready for forward flight. Deliver the patient to the Carson Tahoe Specialty Medical Center.
See, everything has its own trigger. When one thing stops, another thing begins. I would say that that is the biggest key when it comes to making missions work within the mission hub, is to make sure that when one thing stops, another thing begins. And when one thing stops, your mission is either complete or moving on to the next priority. And that includes, like, objective, location, as well as the actual text you hear. So in order to get the pilots to talk, Martin Daly, this is all about this. Okay, so I'm gonna hit pause real quick, right? Let's come out of this. And what you want to do is in the mission hub, to get them to talk in the edit phase, what you need to do is incorporate dialogue. And that's this custom dialogue option right here, right? This one says our campsite has already been established. This is everything you hear verbally, right? So the verbal cues that you hear are coming through custom dialogue, and it's just text to speech. That's all it is. You can get them to say whatever you want, whenever you want, with timing triggers, circle triggers, and dialogue messages. Right? Does that make sense? So right now, that is, you can see the icon of that looking like a target. That's an objective that's happening in the upper right hand corner. So it says the objective is to deliver the patient to the Carson Tahoe Specialty Medical Center, right? But when I go into this, when I go to edit, and I'm looking for the objective that says deliver the patient. So here's an objective. This one says deliver the patient to the Carson, right? Okay, you see what I'm saying? There is something that activates it, and that is the search and rescue hoist completed. That's what activates that objective, right? Once it's successful, once the objective of delivering the patient to Tahoe Specialty Medical Center is wow. Once it's successful, then you get the message of congratulations. Phenomenal work out there, right? But you can see how far away that is. It's a level of progression. So if I'm looking at 94, it's a matter of one step at a time. But that is an extremely difficult thing to achieve. At least as far as I'm concerned. None of this has ever come easy for me. So the circle trigger, which is a great question. The circle trigger is extremely helpful because when you get within the proximity of your objective, you can say to yourself or your pilot, bring your aircraft to door speed and approach the target from the north. But you're going to have to do that dialogue through a dialogue trigger, right? Does that make sense? So a circle trigger is basically saying as soon as you reach this spot on the planet, you are close enough to your objective to say, reduce your speed and prepare to open the cargo door, right? It is to say that you are close enough to objectively get to the next part of your mission. The circle trigger means I'm close enough to move to the next either dialogue audio or the next mission accomplishment that you need to accomplish before you can get to the next set of goals. God, I hope that makes sense. Because in my mind, it just is blur. Alright, so what do we got here? We got right now, it says hook arm. Deliver the patient to the Carson City Special Tahoe Specialty Medical Center. And that is at a heading of 123 degrees. Right? So I am obviously nowhere near that. So now if I go to 123 degrees here, I'm actually pretty far away from my objective. I feel like I'm way off on this, and I'm having a much harder time describing it than it should be. again, if you want to check out the mission, it's available on my Discord. Right? Every single one of these missions, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, all of the missions are still available on my Discord for free that you can check out at any time. So the circle trigger activates whatever you want it to, right? It can activate whatever you want it to. So here we go. If I hit pause and I come into Mission Hub and I edit, and I just look for any random circle trigger in the scenario. So we'll come out here into the water and we'll see that we have 2 of these circle triggers. One much larger than the other. My Discord channel is absolutely linked in the description of this live stream. 100%. Right, but you can see that there's 2 circles. One larger than the other. So when I zoom in on these, see that there are 1. That's a circle trigger. Door speed trigger. This is a trigger that is activated on the start. It only fires 1 time, and it is a 400-meter radius in which it becomes active. So in my opinion, that would be the lower radius between that and the second trigger. This one's 2,000 meters. Activated on the start, firing only once. They have 2 completely different objectives. Okay? So the larger of the 2, this one, 2,000 meter radius. When you enter it, it is going to activate raft 1, 9, 2, 4, 3, right? So you can see that. When I get in 2,000 meters of my target, you'll start to be able to see these 9 rafts. However, when you are at a radius of 400, on entering it, you will get a dialogue message. Right? You can tell that by the little icon of like the text message. Right? So there's more than one thing being activated at the same time. Assess the scene. Let's orbit the scene. Locate the survivors. And extract them as quickly as possible. We have 5 minutes before hypothermia sets in for these people, right? But that is all triggered off of these circle triggers. And as soon as one ends, another one begins, right? So here's the assess the scene dialogue that you hear, because in dialogue it is a text to speech option. That's what dialogue is, text to speech. But as soon as it's finished, it starts a trigger, right? The timing trigger is going to last for 300 seconds. It's going to show that on screen as indicated by keeping that block activated, right? It's going to show it on screen. Time remaining until these individuals go hypothermic. Okay? So one spot leads to another. So let's see what happens if we just keep flying the mission. If you want to say that I put a lot of thought into these missions, that's like an understatement. It takes a ton of work to do this. Priority, progression, and one step leading to the next. It's a ton of work. So here we are. It says deliver the patient to Carson Tahoe Specialty Medical Center. I'm looking for 131 degrees. I'm getting closer. Now at this point, I don't have any additional assistances on where I can see what direction I'm going in unless I'm in the chopper. So it's got me going at a heading of 130 for another 7.5 nautical miles. So let's say I'm in the middle of editing this. This process can take a very, very long time. How many times do you want to fly this mission? So I'm going to use sim rate increase. I'm 2 times real speed, 3 times real speed. Still looking to hold 130 degrees. Trying to deliver the patient. And I'm back to real time. Okay? A little bit early, but I'm there. Finding an area where you have a hospital also makes a big difference, right? Well, where are you going to land if you can't take your survivor to a hospital? Where are you going to land? In the middle of a field? Yes, you can. You can have your survivor meet up with an ambulance anywhere on the planet as long as you utilize your custom sim objects. It's absolutely possible. Right? So here we are, back outside. It's so hard to explain. The mission hub is 100% a game changer, though. Right? As long as you can start to understand the progression of point A to point B to point C, and when point C happens, to completely, call point A a success. This, that, and the other thing. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying. It gets to be pretty complicated. The purpose of flying helicopters is it's literally everything you could ask for as a search and rescue helicopter pilot. Right, here we go. It's going to count down. Patient transfer in progress. It's another trigger. So that's a landing trigger. So as soon as my landing gear hit the deck on that helipad, it triggers the timer. And when the timer reaches its end, it makes both of those prior commitments achieve success. Then once you have success, you're able to move on to the next portion of the mission, right? In this case, it's basically told me, well done, fly back to the lake. Well, where's the lake? There's no directional orientation that says fly to heading 32 or 320 or 17 or 20, right? You have to know where the lake is, right? So in this case, I'm actually relying on the pilot's ability to get you back to the lake. I make it really difficult. I'm not going to lie. I make it hard. So, interesting question. Interesting question. So the question is, how do you get the message to go away when you reach that step? I always get stuck on that part. I can't remove from the screen. So it's a level of whether or not you were successful with that part of the mission, right? Did you accomplish the previous mission set? So if I go back into this, I'm just going to hit pause real quick. Stop ourselves midair, and we'll go back into the mission hub. So here we go. We'll edit. How do you get the message to go away when you get to that portion, right? So right now, we've successfully delivered our patient to the hospital. Our hospital is back here. Okay, this is our hospital and everything that is associated with the hospital. Okay, now look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different instances control what happens in and out of the hospital. When I land at the hospital, which is a trigger that is active at start, it is going to trigger 2 different things. A timing trigger and a dialogue trigger. The timing trigger is 20 seconds. When 20 seconds is elapsed, it is going to create the message of success for the first objective, which was deliver the patient to the Carson Tahoe Specialty Medical Center, right? Time elapsed. Objective number 1 successful. Deliver the patient to Carson. Okay? So when this timer is done and it says the time is elapsed, it becomes successful. After successful, it says, congratulations. This is a dialogue message. Phenomenal work out there, right? So there are so many different steps. One trigger leads to another trigger. The end of a trigger can also force the beginning of another mission step. Does that make sense? How do you get the message to go away when you reach that step? Okay? Well, you get the message to go away when you complete that step. Okay? So here's what I've got right now, and I'm going to see where we're at. So right now, our mission step is what? I don't even see a mission step. So if I come up and do this and this, there's not even a mission step anymore. Why? I don't know, but either way, let's try this all over again from the top. Okay? And I just want to make sure that it makes sense. from the top. Ready to fly? However,
Welcome to Carson Airport. Today we're going on a retreat for a little R&R. Our commanding officers and HR departments have arranged a retreat for all of the pilots around the world conducting search and rescue missions. We are departing Airport Kilo Charlie X-Ray Papa with a planned destination of Spooner Lake for a night of rest and relaxation. We'll cook some fresh-caught fish on the barbie if everything goes according to plan, and who knows, we just might bring a sausage. Our camping site has already been established. Our flight path has been loaded into the EFB, and it is time for departure. Let's head out. Crew report ready for takeoff.
So now for position Alpha, crew report ready for takeoff is like the last thing that triggered this message in the upper right hand corner that says fly to Spooner Lake, right? So when you're in the mission editor, let's see what it takes to get you there. If you edit it and you go all the way to the spawn, let's start to just look at the arrows. So we have this spawn, which is leading to one dialogue. That arrow is going up to the left here. Welcome to Carson Airport. When that dialogue is finished, it triggers a timer. That timer is only 2 seconds long. When that timer ends, it triggers another dialogue. That dialogue says the campsite is already ready. Yada yada blah blah, right? So after that, where do you go from here? Well, when the dialogue is finished, it activates the next objective. And look how far away we've flown from our spawn, right? This objective is over Lake Spooner. That was activated by the finishing of the dialogue. When it's activated, doesn't matter. When it's successful, right? Makes sense? When that objective is successful, you've arrived, right? It's a level of progression. It's extremely complicated, but at the same time, not really so much. Again, so if we just take this, we fly off, the first mission statement is to just fly to Spooner Lake. It does not have a direction, okay? This is also something that I've determined within that objective to say don't show the direction. I've chosen to deselect the option to show direction. Because within the EFB, right, you can see that there is a flight path. That magenta line that shows you where you're supposed to go. Problem is you cannot, once you've completed that flight path, you can't make that magenta line go away, so it's just going to stay there. Yeah, man, putting it together and taking it apart again over and over and over again is really kind of like the only way to really get through it, honestly. Because as much as I respect Miltech and the development team, I don't know, and this is just from my perspective, I don't know if they've come up with any videos that truly describe how to get these missions created. I don't know if I'm the first one to do it or the first one to explain it more proficiently, but this was all just a matter of, I would say, yeah, you either have it or you don't. You know? But that objective, okay, so it still says fly to Spooner Lake. So what I'm looking at right now is how close am I to Spooner Lake, right? During my transit to Spooner Lake, how close to Spooner Lake do I want to get before I trigger the next part of the mission? They don't go into much detail at all, but there is a lot of detail involved. Right? So I'm flying along. It still just says fly to Spooner Lake. The next instance that I want to do in my mission is say, hey, when you get close to Spooner Lake, you need to start looking for your LZ. Okay? So let's try to describe this in real time. Right about now is about the time I want to start annoying people. Like, hey, there you go.
This is Spooner Lake. Let's orbit the lake and find a retreat campground. Remember to leave a potential landing strip for anyone that decided to fly in with a bush plane today.
I've got the lake in sight, so in the mission editor, my circle trigger is what triggered that announcement. I am close enough to the lake to say, hey, start looking for a place to land. But you still can't see the flare, right? The flare is still not visible because there was another circle trigger involved that says once you get this close, that's when the flare is going to be initiated. See, and you're saying that I'm the best online explanation, but I think I feel like I'm actually like talking in circles almost. I'm just glad you're getting something out of it. Really. Right? So I'm going to slowly approach my what is supposed to be an LZ. Because I can see my campsite. I've got the ring of tents in sight, which is what it's told me to do. Look for the ring of tents. That's my retreat. Right? So as I continue to slowly encroach on this LZ, I have planned for another trigger to say, look out for your flare.
This is the spot. Our LZ will be marked by a flare. We need to make sure to leave room for any bush pilots flying in. Crew report ready for approach.
Right? So now this should be throwing a flare. There it is, off to the left-hand side. This is my LZ for position Alpha. But you have to understand that I have already put in the time and effort to say that, okay, if this is Alpha, where does Bravo land? Where does Charlie land? Where does Delta land, Echo, and so forth, right? And every aircraft is going to have a different LZ, but only after I've duplicated it further. Man, it's so confusing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Right? Like I create this mission first and then say, okay, my rotor arc is north so many degrees, south so many degrees, and when I'm in a close proximity, you can see that that trigger is gone now, right? That smoke that was just there has disappeared because I'm close enough to it. But what I've incorporated is once you land, now there's a landing trigger.
Let's shut this bird down and check out camp before we head off to do some fishing.
That landing trigger sparks a timing trigger. That timing trigger in this mission is set to 720 seconds, 12 minutes, right? And that's going to be done like this. So you can see that I have 2 landing triggers incorporated. Here's the first landing trigger. And the way I'm putting these on the screen is even indicative to how they will be incorporated into the mission, right? Here's the first one, here's the second one. They're kind of on top of each other, and that's just for organizational purposes, right? But this first landing trigger is the trigger that starts a timing trigger for 720 seconds. When that trigger is elapsed, it is an emergency call out dialogue. Pan, 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 pan. This is where it tells you what the mission is going to be. As soon as this dialogue is finished, you can see that it has actually got 4 different options that it is going to ignite. Right? 4 different things. It's going to initiate the search and rescue, and it's also going to initiate 3 different visual effects. The first one being gray smoke. Now let's back out of this. See, look where the gray smoke is happening. Right? That gray smoke is happening on the beach. Even though I'm way back here over the lake, that's what happens next, right? I can make these as complicated or as simple as I want. It's a matter of making sure that one element triggers the next. So again, here's our first landing trigger. But the second trigger that it also ignites is only 2 seconds long. This one is a dialogue trigger that says, let's shut this bird down. Right? Let's shut this bird down and check out camp before we head off to do some fishing. But when that dialogue is finished, there's no connection, right? This winds up just dead. It's just a dialogue. And you can even see that from the icon itself. It doesn't have any more arrows drifting away from it, right? It just ends there, right? So here's that trigger. 2 seconds, time elapsed. Bang. But this is also, again, you have to remember, it's associated with the initial landing trigger, where you land at this location for the very first time. When you land at this location for the second time, it triggers something completely different. This is the RTC complete, return to camp, right? And that's when it says, let's go through a mission debrief after we shut down. Okay? And you can see all of the different arrows where it leads from like this circle trigger. The arrow leads a little bit to the right to go to this dialogue, and then that dialogue goes to this visual effect. red smoke. It's complicated AF. So hopefully, Martin Daly, like you from that description, you understand like how I got that smoke to go away. Does it make sense? Because there's a timer involved, right? So when you land, a timing trigger is initiated. Neither one is an active or deactive, but that timing trigger has a time elapsed that introduces you to the dialogue. The dialogue doesn't even have a connection, it just stops. But when you get into the second circle trigger, this is 475 meters radius. When you enter it, it's playing the dialogue. Let's land at the same spot we had before. Crew report. Ready for approach. So whenever you're in one of these mission steps that look like this, it should have what's on the left side as what brings you to this instance. And on the right side, it states, where are you going from here? Or do you want to just end it? Right? All of these orange circles are just objects. These are tents, right? That same object would be if I were to come in and say left click and okay, right here I want to enter in a new world custom sim object. World custom sim object. Bang. That's the same icon as we have here or here. But this is the one I just put in so I can delete it. Okay, so these custom sim objects are the tents that you see, the orientations that they're at. But those are all initiated, right? They're active on start. One of the things that trips people up the most is this specific option. Do you want it active on the start? Or do you want it active after you've accomplished a part of your mission? The active on start will trip you up the most. Right? Because right now, I'm on the beach, but in my EFB, all right, if I zoom out on this, oh, not that far, you can see that there's no other options available, right? And we're just going to hold on this scene for just a bit. I wanted you to see this happen in real time. Take that frame rate off. But when we get to that trigger time, what you should see is the additional icons for the vessel in distress and the fire and like the fire truck or the ambulance or the tent that appears on the beach. They haven't even been incorporated into the mission yet, and you can tell that by the icons that you see here, right? Because right now we can see every icon. All of these airplanes are representative of a tent that's on the beach. So let's see what happens if we just wait for a bit. And what happens when the next mission statement comes through. There are several landing triggers on start that are active right away because it's a matter of convenience, right? I know that I'm not going to get to that specific area quickly that would damage the progression of the mission, right? So, like, for instance, I take off from Kilo Charlie X-Ray Papa and I'm going out to the lake. I could absolutely have a landing trigger that's on a beach, like over.
Pan. There is a report of a sinking sailboat. Fire up the chopper.
Watch what happens.
And proceed to the scene immediately.
See that? Bang, bang. I start to get an airplane icon on the beach, and I start to get an airplane icon out in the water, right? It said pan. So there are multiple things being activated simultaneously. And you can see that happening in real time when the icons of the airplanes actually become visible. So now it's saying find the rescue target 6.21 nautical miles away, heading of 299. So I can come back and away. Come up. It's a matter of progression. You can still see those icons in the water now. And the rescue target being at 299 looks like it is a water rescue. But because this has been designed as a multiplayer mission, even though in my position I don't need to go to the beach, the icon of an airplane is actually telling you that there's something else happening on the beach at the same time, right? In this case, that's actually a fire and a medical tent. When you get close enough to it, I should, because I've created this in the way that I have, as soon as you get close enough, you should actually be able to see the fire happening on that beach out there. And this becomes a method of just timing. How long does it take Position Alpha to get out there and rescue the target? Or, for instance, like, okay, so let's say like the Chinook is going to put out the fire. How long does it take the Chinook to get from the camp to the fire with a bucket full of water, right? It's taken me as long as it has been published. I've been working with the Mission Hub since it came out. I've lost track. It's a lot of time. It's a whole lot of time. I'm going to come a little bit further left. I'm actually drifting away and going a little bit further to the beach than I need to, right? So my objective should be out here in the water. You can see me kind of focusing in on my EFB. And on the EFB, you can see the icons for several different things in the water. I'm getting a radius of inside of about, 6.0 nautical miles right now. I'm still a little bit on the outside. I'm going to keep making that left-hand turn into my objective. Get a little closer on the EFB here. I should be able to start to see all of these objects outside of my window. The most difficult mission was the Cup Crafter. To park the airplane with floats within a certain radius of the survivor. So you can see I've got multiple rafts in the water, and again, I can choose between position alpha and
Orbit the scene,
hotel
locate the survivors, and extract them as quickly as possible. We have 5
where
minutes
this survivor is
before
going to be.
hypothermia sets in for these people.
Again, that audio trigger, that dialogue trigger is done by a proximity, right? So that's going to be like a circle trigger. When you get close enough, it's going to tell you, bring yourself to door
Enter
speed.
a hover
Let's
here.
get back here, make sure we got the door open, and we're able to make a rescue.
You're
Right.
approaching your target and you have door speed. Begin hoisting operations.
Beginning the hoisting operations. I see a survivor in the water.
Cable out.
Cable out. I don't need to wait. I don't need to wait. Okay, I can see my cable going down. It has no basket. What's the problem? Right, you can see it. I hope you can. That it only has a hook at the end of the line. So what's the problem? If you come back inside and you look at the overhead panel, you're going to want to make sure that you have, see and how long this takes all of this to render. Wow. Okay. So we're still having problems with some of the things rendering, but you want to make sure that you have the rescue hoist armed. Rescue hoist armed. So above. I think I got it. Alright, so let's. Now we got that down. Now you can actually see the basket going down. It's going to be a little bit too far into the water. I'm going to come up. Well, just about there.
Steady. Cable up.
Cable up. We're going to go ahead and bring that hoist up. Let's go ahead and get back inside the aircraft. We can see that we have him coming in here. I'm going to start to rotate that chopper a little bit back towards base. I'm going to shut that door. Deliver the patient to Carson Tahoe
Patient in
Specialty.
cabin door or secure captain. We are ready for forward flight. Deliver the patient to the Carson Tahoe Specialty Medical Center.
So here's what I'm saying. Okay? I'm going to do this one mission. This is in the chopper. I've done a rescue hoist, but this is a multiplayer mission. And Icarus and I, if you all are familiar with my man Icarus, we flew almost every aspect of this mission inside and out, and it worked flawlessly. All right, we were able to take the Cub Crafter float plane and conduct a SAR mission where you literally land in the water, you stop your aircraft completely next to that same boat, and you recover your patient that way instead of with a helicopter. But when played in multiplayer mode, everybody's accomplishing their missions basically at the same time. Now, what I'm using is a Thrustmaster. I don't know if you would call it a flight stick, but it's a Thrustmaster. 16,000, I want to say, is what it was. So I have a full HOTAS. I've got rudder pedals, cyclic, collective. Coming at 80 degrees. I want to actually center myself on this map here one more time. Get a little better idea where we're at on the Earth. It's a matter of progression. So again, I still have now the new objective of deliver the patient to the Carson Tahoe Specialty Medical Center, right? But there's going to be more things that happen as I get closer to that target, which is inside of 6 miles right now. The serious setup is serious. It takes so much time. Especially if you're trying to be very specific about your mission. I am way off course, but I can just simply correct that by coming a little bit right. And again, I'm just looking at my EFB, compass, and so forth. Past these mountains, I should be able to make a descent into the hospital. Because I'm familiar with this area, I already have the hospital in sight. I would say you need to start making your flare for a landing at around a 2 nautical mile approach. Okay. So I'm still relatively far away from the hospital helipad. Nothing else has been triggered. It's just in transit time, right? The objective won't go away, but more dialogue is about to happen. So as I approach this, it should say something along the lines of crew report ready for landing. And again, this is just something that you have to test. All right, so now I'm definitely I'm a mile away. I should be considering my approach. Everything is looking good. Speed's coming down nicely. Sitting at just about 60 knots-ish. When I get closer, there is another circle trigger that's going to say crew report ready for landing or ready for approach. And this is just a timing thing. How far out do you want it to happen? Should be coming up on it here shortly.
Crew report ready for approach to the helipad.
That's all it takes, right? That's a proximity alert. You're within, I would say it's 60 to 70 meters at that point. But it's 100% up to you to determine what that proximity is. What makes sense to your mission, or your objective, or your helipad. And you have to kind of gauge that based off of the diameter or radius of that circle trigger, right? So now that I'm outside of it, the next thing that should happen would be triggered by the landing at that helipad. As soon as the wheels touch the ground, there's a patient transfer in progress.
Nice work, crew.
Right? That's just another trigger. Triggers are essential.
Phenomenal work out there. Maybe now you can get back to some R&R. Head back to Spooner Lake.
Now it's telling me to head back to Spooner Lake, but you can see in the upper right-hand corner, all of the mission sets have been thrown to a green status. Right? So right now it looks like I don't even have another mission. But it's told you to head back to Spooner Lake. So it doesn't tell you that the mission's not over. It told you that the portion of the mission has been completed successfully. And that's just America. Mission Hub is where it's at, man. There's nothing better. If you're a search and rescue helicopter pilot, Mission Hub is where it's at. The setup is extremely intense. Because now I'm headed back to the same exact location, but I need to set up in advance additional triggers to say, okay, when I get into the area of the lake, what do you want me to do? So at this point, it should be saying, when you get close enough, land at the same spot you were designated prior. But this time, it's not going to trigger the flare. You have to remember where your last spot of landing was. Now, could I keep the flare active the entire time? Absolutely. 100%. The Mission Hub is more than just a game changer. It eclipses anything that like High Performance Group initially came out with, like with the H145 and their Mission Hub there. On that side, it wasn't the Mission Hub. It was called something different. It eclipses the 145's built-in High Performance Group like action pack, because you can't create your own custom missions. There's nothing greater than Hype when it first came out. But now that we've been sitting on it for a while, Miltech has perfected the game of search and rescue, in my opinion. They perfected it. Same lake, no flare. I can see the tents starting to populate off to the left-hand side of the screen. And I'm just going to guess, because honestly, I don't remember which...
Let's land in the same spot we had before. Crew report ready for approach.
Right, there's that another... Okay, there's another circle trigger, right? Crew report ready for approach. So now it's up to me to remember where my LZ was the first time. There are other third-party developers that are bringing out random mission generators too, that are apparently quite successful. So now if, and I want to quotate that with this specific mission, if I land in the same area, it should trigger the next
Let's go
portion.
through mission debrief after we shut this bird down. Then we need to get that grill started. Excellent work today, everyone. Let's enjoy camp for a bit and get that well-deserved R&R.
There's that mission debrief again. Now that is a landing trigger that starts the dialogue, the text-to-speech dialogue, right? So if I actually come in here and shut this down now, it doesn't matter how long it takes me. The timer is running in the background. That's the difference. Everything looks good here, but we'll go ahead and shut it down. Let's bring it all the way off. Light a bit down. Pull all the lights, the whole peeling off. To the air source off. We'll make sure that the fuel pump is off. We'll turn the generator off. I'm going to even turn the battery off. So there's a timer running in the background, and this timer was initiated by the landing, but the second landing, not the first landing. There's a difference, right? I haven't completed the mission yet, so none of these steps could be approached until you complete the mission. But now that this is off, I'm in the weeds. It's horrible. It's a horrible landing. Okay, but you also have to understand that there are multiple different things that you could be doing with this specific mission set. The one that I launched today has the MH60T, the Draco X, the Club Float, and a Chinook, right? And every single one of them has their own individual designated landing point.
Phenomenal work, everyone. Let's get the fish on a barbecue and relax.
Mission success. So that is only after the debrief that success happens, and that's all based off of a timer. How long have I been on the ground after successfully completing the mission? My debrief today would be that this is an absolute success. I dig it. But look how much it takes you to get there. This is a spider web, right? Like, even though we had nothing to do with this beach over here, inside of the alpha position, and you can see that alpha position right here, right? See where I'm doing that? Where it says scenario details, description, position, alpha, MH60 Tango. If I were to edit a different portion of this, it would all be a little bit different. But even though we didn't incorporate any of these portions of the mission into our objectives, they still exist. But just like the parts that initiate this dialogue, like you in this mission, you never heard them say, I am seeing the response team's flare, right? It's just something you didn't come across. Because in this mission, when you play the dialogue, the timing trigger is 15 seconds. It's active on the circle trigger. And I'm going to work backwards, right? But there's nothing to activate it. So in this mission, this portion of the multiplayer mission doesn't become activated. It's visible, but it's not something that you participate until you move into a spawn position that incorporates that into your mission. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a mind It's brutal. There's so much that goes into it. I'd love to see them pick this up too, where it says open recent and it says undefined, undefined. Well, yeah. It shouldn't say that. They're very defined. But if I come into this and say, okay, I'm going to cancel this. So now what I'm going to do is go completely out of the mission. I'm going to end the flight. But now what I want to do is fly this same multiplayer mission, but in the role of a cub crafter with floats. So I'm going to have to come out of the mission. I'm going to go to airplane. I can just search cub. We're going to go with the amphibious type. We're going to make sure it's configured. It's got the floats. I like it. Okay, cool. So we'll save. We'll go back. Save and back. Now I'm going to load into Carson City one more time. And I'm going to go back into this just as if I would. Loading this up for the first time. Start the flight. Same mission, different spawn position, right? But again, you have to understand that this was started as the MH60. Now in real time, it's dark.
Charlie X-ray Papa traffic.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. We're gonna go to the mission hub.
5412. Taking off runway 27. Departing straight out, Kilo Charlie X-ray Papa.
I'm going to go to the open file manager portion, and I'm going to open up position Foxtrot. Right? Now for this mission, within the description, I've designated it as opening up with
Welcome to Carson Airport.
Cub
Today
Crafter
we're
flight.
going on a retreat for a little R&R. Our commanding officers and HR departments have arranged a retreat for all of the pilots around the world conducting search and rescue missions. We are departing Airport Kilo Charlie X-ray Papa with a planned destination of Spooner Lake for a night of rest and relaxation. We will cook some fresh-caught fish on the barbie if everything goes according to plan, and who knows, we just might bring a sausage. Our camping site has already been established. Take off from runway 27 and follow the flight path on your EFB to Spoon Lake. Crew report ready for takeoff.
Crew report ready for takeoff. Again, the messages in the dialogue are just slightly different.
Pay close attention to your altitude and speed. The Cub flies slow and climbs even slower. We are flying in mountainous terrain. Always consider how long it takes you to climb and consider your best route carefully.
Right? Every one of those missions statements is completely different, but it's all starting from the exact same position, right? The mission's just been duplicated. The only difference is where I put the objectives. And again, when you're doing this, or at least when I'm doing this, I'm using sim rate increase, sim rate decrease, just to make things go faster. But it's going to have similarities. Here comes the lake. We've heard the mission statement before. Here we go again.
This is Spooner Lake. Let's fly around the lake for a bit and find a retreat campground. We're looking for a circle of tents just off the shore. It is up to you if you want to land in the water and taxi up to the tents, or just land near the campsite.
It's
But
my
plan to park
pleasure.
close to the campsite on the grass.
Appreciate you be here, Martin. Thanks for following along. It's good to see you. Looking forward to seeing you in the next one. There's the proximity trigger.
This is the spot. A water landing looks great here. The flare they just lit is your parking spot for the day. Let's
Right.
shut down and check out
The
camp
flare
before we
they
head
just
off to
lit.
do some fishing. Park as close to the flare as you can.
Park as close to the flare as you can. I should actually see the flare be lit behind me. Should. See, now in this case, that landing isn't what triggers the next part of the mission. It's actually pulling up to your spot. So before I get to land, I'm going to come back inside. Because I'm amphibious, I'm going to bring my landing gear down. Put those down a little bit, bring it up to shore. I sincerely appreciate the follow on Discord and on YouTube, all of it. It's pretty fantastic. And even though my gear are down, we're going to deal with some more Microsoft Flight Simulator issues where it just doesn't recognize that your gear are down and it doesn't want to make it an amphibious flight anymore. So hopefully, with today's mission set, we've taught you a bunch. I know I've had a blast doing it. So for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a blast. It's a ball. That's it. That's all. I am going to see you in the next one.